Sì, 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 sì.
wait for a few more people as we change rooms, and then we'll get started. Thank you for joining us this afternoon for Gender-Based Resilience, Fostering Women's Leadership. My name is Brian Rusch. I am the founding member of Rotary International's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force, which is now an advisory council to the organization. Today we're going to be joined by an amazing panel. First, we will have an introduction by Ana Rita Manca. She's going to be sharing, she's a statistician and co-author of UNESCO's Gender-Based Resilience Report. So we're going to go ahead and hear from her, and then we'll invite the rest of the panel to join us.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Good. So I think we are all set, and I have the honor and the pleasure to be here to present this big effort in developing this new report, the Gender-Based Resilience, with the title Fostering Women's Leadership. So resilience here is a key word, right? And we reflected a lot, and we drew the conclusion that to build solid, resilient foundations, it's imperative to ensure that all voices are heard, and especially those of women, because through a duly representation in all spheres, right? So this project contributes exactly in showing with facts and figures that when women are empowered, the whole society benefit, and also countries are strengthened in developing good response to the economic, social, and environmental challenges. So this report is leveraged on the gender-based resilience framework that we published last year. And look at the women's empowerment through the lens of leadership, mainly in the economic sphere, but also in the high-tech sectors. So let me go through, let me learn how to work this. Does it work? Okay, so let me go through the first part of this presentation, which is on the monitoring of the gender-based resilience framework. And in these first slides, I want to draw your attention on violence against women. So here we see the statistics that is telling us that after an important peak in 2020, violence against women, namely physical violence and emotional violence, has dropped significantly. But what here is the point is that violence against women is intertwined with harmful gender stereotypes. And here we are talking, and you see the green line, about domestic violence, justification of domestic violence. So what I'm telling you here is that in 2023, about 15% of women still worldwide still believe that domestic violence can be justified. And so if we want really to eradicate violence against women, we need to take care also of harmful gender stereotypes. And as this is, the eradication of violence against women is a collective responsibility, we need to empower and engage individuals, communities, and institutions. And from the institutional point of view, leveraging on, adopting a gender transformative approach helps in leveraging education that can empower and raise awareness across all individuals. Okay, let me go through. And here, talking about education, what we are seeing here is the relation between investment in secondary education and the NEET rates. Who are the NEETs? They are young people, 15, 29 years old, that are not in education, not in training, and not in employment. So we wonder ourselves, how can these people and how can countries be prepared to face challenges ahead if we have, in the last 20 years, 22% of young girls and 40% of young boys being NEET. What is striking is that girls are more likely to be, are 1.6% more likely than boys to be NEET, but also we found out that as a 1% increase in education spending, this relates to the reduction of female NEET rates of 6.9%. So there is hope. We need just to embark it. Okay, moving forward. Okay, here we are highlighting that there are still structural barriers that are preventing and they are reinforcing gender stereotypes that keeps women as in the role of caregivers and men in the role of breadwinner. And here what we are showing is the trade-off between paid and unpaid care work. So results are showing that for each additional hour spent in domestic, in care working, unpaid care working, employment rate of women decreases by 5.9%. Which is a worsening situation as compared to last year when this decrease was 4.4. So this leads towards this leads towards policy intervention that should prioritize the redistribution and recognition of unpaid care work. As we enter in this new chapter, as we know, in 2024 is the year of election, as almost more than 4 million people has been called to elect their representative in the political sphere. And here what we have done was to compare how was the situation 30 years ago. So here we are looking at the women in parliament between 1995 and nowadays. We discovered that in 1995, women in parliament worldwide were 10%, while today we reached 26% across the UNESCO regions. And when we go a little bit further into the, we dig up into these statistics, we have been analyzing the latest, so the 2024 election, and here we are focusing on president, so women, so president elected. And I can tell you that in 2024, out of the 27 countries that had a presidential election, only 4 women were elected. But 16 of these countries, there were no women at all. So we should reflect loudly. And here we are just saying, we are importantly saying that when we empower women in policy making, then democracies are strengthened. And this is one additional reason why women should participate and should lead the political sphere. As next year, 2025, we will revise the G20 Brisbane target. We have done our homework and discovered that, so the Brisbane target is the 25 reduction of gender pay gap in labor force participation based on the, as compared to 2014. So we found out, our results show that we are 2% short from meeting the target. But we have extended this analysis to a list of more comprehensive indicators that are referring to the G20 Italian presidency. So, and for instance, we are showing just a few of them to highlight that there are still important structural barriers. So women are still lagging behind in employment rate when they have young children. So I can tell you, I don't remember. So basically, what is going on here is that women are still 36.7% less likely to be employed when they have than fathers in the same condition. So with children under 6 years old, and this gap hasn't been improved much in the last 9 years, and. When we are looking at low-paid work, we can see from the graph that actually the Brisbane-related target has been met, but this is not enough because women remain 1.5 times more likely than men too old to be stuck, let's say, in low-paid work. So. As we move forward to a new chapter, we change topic. We are analyzing women leadership in technology innovation. And what we have done, we have asked ourselves, where are women in innovation as we are facing a big transformation? So we proxy innovation using patent data. And we are accounting for women and men contribution to this innovation, basically. And what we have found out is that innovation continues to be male-dominated. Women account only for about 37% for all patent fields related to AI, and which refers to 2022-2023. So. And this should make us reflecting as because patent should be part of the market, so should be be contributing to the digital transformation. And what happens if we are keeping the man-like logic only and disregarding or marginalizing again women perspective, okay? So if we want that the future to be inclusive and reflect, account and cater for the needs of all, we need to include all, women included, for sure. In my last, second last slide, here we have been very curious in understanding how is the leadership within the top high-tech companies. We have done this analysis for the top 100 high-tech company, and here we are showing the top 7 high-tech company, and results are alarming. As women represent 33% of the workforce and account only for 1/4 in technical roles. So again, gender diverse teams are more creative and more productive. And the absence of women in these fields is likely to result in technologies that, again, perpetuates bias and overlook the needs and the desiderata. So let me conclude by saying that no leadership share, no gain. For whom? For societies and for economy and for all of us. But on the positive side, we want to say that when there is a will, there is a way. And each of us should should play its role. So, and from our perspective, we will keep collecting and monitoring this data. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Anna. And so now I'm going to invite the rest of our panelists to join us. First, I'd like to invite Angela Elena Olazaran Laureano, winner of the CHEG Global Student Prize. Some applause for her. Come on, that's a big deal. Next, I'd like to invite Prakash Kant Chowdhury, Joint Secretary of the Minister of Women's and Children's Affairs for Bangladesh. Now my bleach blonde sister, Angela Angolan, CEO of Fundación Plan. And last but definitely not least, Malahat Ibrahim Gizi, member of the Milli Majlis, the Republic of Azerbaijan's parliament. I am having a hard time this morning. Sorry, guys. And what we are going to do, panelists, is there is a question for each of you, and we really wanted to have a little bit more involvement with each of you. So feel free, after the question's been addressed to you, for others to chime in, chip in, have a conversation about what it is if you feel that you have anything to add to that. And Angela, first question's for you. As a young innovator, you've already achieved remarkable success with your AI-powered virtual medical assistant. From your experience as advocate for women and girls in STEM, could you share some of the key barriers you have identified in preventing girls from pursuing STEM careers?
Listo. Bueno, primero que nada, es realmente un honor poder estar aquí en este espacio para hablar sobre este tipo de problemáticas que existen en las áreas, sobre todo de ciencia y tecnología, que son unas ramas que a mí me interesan mucho, que realmente estoy apasionada por ellas y cómo se pueden utilizar. Yo soy de Papantla, de México, un pueblo originario, en donde la mayor problemática que se encuentra es la falta de mujeres referentes dentro de las áreas de ciencia y tecnología. En esta problemática tan latente que existe, muy poco porcentaje de niñas son las que están interesadas en carreras STEM. Aproximadamente 1.25% se interesan en las áreas de tecnologías de la información y comunicación. ¿Qué es lo que se está realizando dentro de Papantla? Se realiza un club de robótica y de programación en las instituciones educativas para que las niñas se puedan sentir empoderadas al momento de utilizar la tecnología, al momento de poder desarrollar proyectos que tengan una causa, que estén impactando también en su sociedad. Otra de las problemáticas también latentes que existen es la falta de acceso a herramientas y recursos tecnológicos en las comunidades remotas. A veces la tecnología para muchos de mis compañeros estudiantes es un privilegio. No cuentan con una computadora y cuando llegan al club de robótica y tienen una, ellos la aprecian con todo su corazón, porque no es algo que tienen cercanía. Se les encuentra con un espacio en donde se pueda compartir experiencias, no solamente puedan desarrollar el conocimiento puro, sino que también puedan adquirir habilidades y competencias que necesita un estudiante apto para enfrentar retos del siglo XXI. Además, también existen todavía estereotipos no solamente culturales, sino estas barreras que se nos enfrenta como mujeres, en donde se nos dice qué carreras son adecuadas para nosotras. Aquellas frases que dicen que no somos capaces o que no estamos destinadas para las áreas de ciencias, para las ingenierías o las matemáticas. Pero al fomentar este tipo de mujeres tan jóvenes, de profesionistas que ya están actuando frente a estos comentarios, creo que le demuestran a muchas niñas que esos sueños que tienen no solamente se quedan en sueños, sino que también se conviertan en una realidad para ellas y que se puedan sentir inspiradas.
Thank you. And I think that this idea of STEM being a privilege for girls is a challenge everywhere. And does anybody else have any thoughts on that as far as it applies to your countries? Okay, well then let's go to our next question. Prakash, as the Joint Secretary of the Ministry of Women's and Children's Affairs, you play a key role in integrating gender perspectives into national policies. You've been quite vocal on the importance of gender-sensitive action plans and budgeting to advance women's empowerment. Could you elaborate on this work and on the thematic areas your government has decided to focus on?
Thank you, Brian. It's my immense pleasure to address the distinguished audience on integrating the gender perspective into the national policies and gender-sensitive action plans and budgeting to advance the women empowerment in Bangladesh. You know, Bangladesh is a global leader, especially gender mainstreaming and the women-centric development approach actively aligned its policies and gender equality principles. You'll be happy to know that Bangladesh continues to lead the South Asia in gender equality for the 10th consecutive years. And according to the Global Economic Forum, Bangladesh position is much higher, especially few thematic areas. And you know, our present interim government, led by the Nobel laureate, Professor Dr. Yunus, who is a world-famous economist and the founder of the Grameen Bank and the master of, microfinancing. And he is the one important vocal person regarding the social business issue, and also the theory of 3 zeros: zero poverty, zero unemployment, and zero carbon emission. So after taking the charge of the state, he is working some reform things on the gender empowerment. And if we consider a few things like in the previous years, Bangladesh have achieved a lot of development in case of the women empowerment and women equality. Bangladesh enacted the national women policy to ensure the gender equality, women's rights, and the participation in all spheres of lives. And it includes the provision of education, healthcare, and also the economic empowerment. And the Bangladesh is the first country in that region who introduced the domestic violence prevention and protection. In the presentation, we have seen that the intimate partner violence is the overall in the world, in the global, and also Bangladesh perspective is higher. So we introduced this law, and the domestic violence defines in that way, it's not the physical abuse, it's the sexual abuse, psychosocial abuse, and so the economical abuse by the intimate partners of that family. And also, Bangladesh formulated 2 important national action plans on the, one is the for the national action plan for the to the prevent violence against women and children, 2001 to 2030 for 12 years. And another one is the national action plan on ending child marriage. Because in our country, child marriage is a very high prevalence of child marriage. We had the previous data of 2015, it is 51%. So this year, end of this month, we'll get the new statistical data from our statistical department. It will be much lower, but we have this sort of prevalence. And one new bill is under formulation process is the sexual harassment of women in workplace, public space, public transport, and also education institutions. There is a High Court directives, and according to the High Court directives, we included the public transport and the public space also. So I think within few months, 2-3 months, we will be enacted this law. And two special, the 5-year, 5-year plan we have, especially focused on the women equality, gender equality, women empowerment, and we have the perspective plan for 20 years. This is the second perspective plan from 2021 to 2041, focusing the today's topic. Basically, today's topic is the women development and gender-based resilience by integrating women into the decision-making and the community resilience. And the second part of the question, you asked about what are the thematic areas. There are some thematic areas because though we have developed a bit, but we have few challenges, like the skill gap is one of the big problem for us, and the wage gap, and the care economy is the one very important area we are working on it with the support of some international development partners. So economic empowerment and the livelihood is one of the thematic area. We are already working on it. Another is the education and the skill development. Our education system, we are turning to the skill-based education system, not only the plain degrees. So when the student come out from the universities or the schools, they have at least 2 skills, including the soft skills, so they can use in their in the future life. Another is the health and well-being. In our country, around 15% we have the mental health issues. So we are working on the women's access to health services, ensure gender-responsive health services, focusing on the mental health issues is very important in our country. Another thing is gender-based violence that is mentioned here. It's not only the prevention, but we have the response strategy. Later part of the question, I will discuss on this issue. We have some successful initiatives that I mentioned. And then is very important that was mentioned in the globally is the women are backfooted. This is the digital inclusion and the tech access or tech innovation. So we are redesigning the education policy and the digital access policy for our young group. Another thing is that part also I will discuss in the later is a gender responsive budgeting. We already started in 2009, but we have some challenges also. We have to. And another is the social stigma and the cultural and the social norms change. We need to work a lot. We are engaging the religious leaders, community engagement, and the door-to-door community engagement we are focusing on, because gender-based violence is a such issue, is a cross-cutting issue. Government can do it for its own, but the collaboration is the very important in this perspective. And the environment, sustainability, and the climate resilience we are focusing, especially Bangladesh, is the climate victim, climate disaster prone area. So we are especially focusing a few programs, few projects on this. So these are the thematic areas of Bangladesh. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you. And I appreciate this because it seems that Bangladesh is really taking a holistic approach to addressing these issues. And I am especially touched by the focus on mental health. I think that's something that at Rotary we've been focusing quite a bit more on over the last year and a half, 2 years, and it's something that I think in a lot of our programming we sometimes lose sight of, that there is a need for a mental health component in the work that we're doing as well. Angela, Fundación Plan has been improving the living conditions and access to education of Colombian children, focusing particularly on girls and women in vulnerable contexts, specifically where Afro-Colombian and indigenous communities live. As we aim to get more women in leadership roles, what do you consider are the main barriers, and how do we address these? What role does caregiving play in this whole process?
Thank you, Brian, and thank you, everyone. I really want to thank UNESCO for having me on this panel, and especially because I just love being in panels where young women are speaking, and being with Angela in this panel, and she's called Angela. It makes us even more special. I am super excited because I do believe that we need to hear more the voices of the young people, and we need to have them participate. And the second reason why I'm very, very happy to be in this panel is because of the report we've just been presented by Anna. So thank you, Anna. And I think I'm gonna, of all the interesting things, and we could go on for hours with this amazing topic about fostering women's leadership, I want to double click on what Anna mentioned in the report, which is heavily related to the participation of women in the labor force and in leadership positions, but specifically the relationship between the difficulty of women accessing the labor force because they're mostly involved in the care economy. So we have the data I have is from Colombia. Sorry, I have no data from other places, but I want to focus a little bit on that. And if we talk about the number of hours that women invest in caretaking activities during the day, around 32% of women they invest 8 hours of work per day in this kind of activities, versus only 10% of men that invest this same amount of time during their day. And if we're talking about child rearing and activities involved with those younger than 5 years of age, we look that for Colombia, the amount of hours that women spend is 8 hours, is 74%, versus only 22% of men spending this amount of hours with children younger than 5 years of age. And this is a huge sector of the economy, and I think that this is something that we cannot forget or let out of our sights, because if this was not only unpaid work, if we really quantified, the estimates done by the official authorities in Colombia tell us that this sector of the economy would amount to 20% of GDP. And this compared to 17%, in terms of commerce, or for example, 12% in terms of manufacture is really striking. So this is something we have to take a look at. In terms also of the fact that women are then so involved in caretaking activities, they have very little time to study, to get more skills, to find a job. Most jobs are very structured. You have to arrive at a certain time, leave at a certain time. And as my colleague from Bangladesh was saying, then they have to go into public transport, and then they get harassed, and then you have all the security situations. And this makes then a lot of women in Colombia really be much more involved in the informal sector. Even and we've done a lot of surveys on this, and we asked the women, so if you were to be offered a formal job, would you take it? And they go, no, I wouldn't be able to take it, because just my caretaking responsibilities, my role, which is usually assigned to us as women from birth, as if magically we would be better for it than men. And then they say, no, I would not take a formal job. So I think this is absolutely very, very relevant, and that in terms of percentages, in terms of paid jobs, it's 53% for men and only 29% of paid jobs for women. So here, and the connection that I want to do on this forum that we are at, because we cannot forget we're talking about racism and discrimination, it is that this mostly affects racialized women in Colombia. When we look at where there are less infrastructure, less services, less public policies to care for small children, the elderly, anything that is care related, we look at the departments such as Chocó, Pacífico, and the archipelago of San Andres are the places where most the women invest the highest number of hours in caretaking. And it's also the departments where we have mostly Afro-Colombian, but also raizales, which is how we call. In Colombia, we have a lot of, we cannot lump the black people all together. They have their own, each one, for example, some are auto-defined as Afro-Colombianas, others as palenqueras, others as raizales, and so on. So I cannot delve into that because the time doesn't allow, but it does mean that racialized women in Colombia do have an even heavier weight in terms of what they have to do in the caretaking economy. And if we think about the what Patricia Phil Collins was telling us in Black Feminist Thought, one amazing book that if you haven't read, I highly recommend it, published I think 1990 or something like that. She does say that there's this idea that is from the colonial times that the black obedient servant, the black woman, her reason to be in this world and like this image and this creation, this abomination, that they are just better suited and that it is their role to take care of the other ones. So this is heavily, very much into our culture, is something that we need to change. This is why Fundación Plan, part of Plan International, the organization I live, we basically are really, really delving into how to do projects with young women, and we're starting with girls because this starts at a very young age, this socialization into this is what you need to do. You don't need to be prepared for a career. You need to just find yourself a good husband, become a mother, and take care of everyone and be paid nothing for it. So we work very, very hard to give them projects of economic security for women with a very heavily gender focus. We work very much in protection against all forms of violence and in citizen participation. We really believe that, and as this report is drawing our attention and what we've been talking about, if we don't become leaders, if we're not at the table, we're on the menu. And definitely we need to strengthen the capabilities of these young black or indigenous women to lead in their own communities and come up with policies and as you were saying, in terms of the budgets that are really gender specific and also ethnically logical for them to not have to bear such a terrible heavy brunt. So I think I should leave it there, but just to give you an idea, just doing a lot of financial education with a gender focus, prepare them for their job and give them skills for life, but also do a lot of life project development with them, give them ideas, help them the role models of strong black women in their communities to be visibilized so that they have mentors, that they have role models to follow. That also really, really helps. And definitely what we want to do is also make very sure that we do that in a context that understands that Colombia has had over 60 years of war, and we have, when I talk about these black women and indigenous women, I'm also talking about the people who have most suffered the violence and the conflict in our country. They really have burnt a disproportionate amount of this war. So we also have to factor in this, that we need to prepare them. We need to understand where they come from, the terrible trauma they've been through, but how do we prepare and how do we help this Colombia to really engage in a process of peace building and reconciliation on a local level. It's not enough to sign a piece of paper that says, oh, we're in peace now, but really bring that down and generate the trust that is being totally turned to pieces during this war. Sorry, Brian. No.
That's fine. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Thank you. But Malahat, we're going to turn to you. As a member of parliament, what do you think the achievements are from Azerbaijan? in promoting women's leadership in the government as well as in non-governmental sectors.
Thank you very much, Brian. Thank you our colleague Anne for excellent video film. I appreciate really very high because it is all statistic, almost same for all countries, UNESCO countries. Thank you very much once again. Yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
May I?
Yes, please.
Before my shortly information about Azerbaijani women, I would like to say that it is reality without equality and empowerment women or leadership women, we cannot able to create gender-based resilient society. And in Azerbaijani case, Azerbaijan have very comprehensive institutional mechanism and very comprehensive legislation in Azerbaijan on this matter in gender equality and women empowerment. Firstly, I would say that our main law, state constitution, reflects women separately paragraph and separately point that Azerbaijani men and women have equal rights and equal opportunity. It is very important because no all constitution, state constitution have special paragraph, special point on this matter. And Azerbaijan, you know, Azerbaijan, young independent country, and on this point, we about 30 years, Azerbaijan National Parliament have adopted many laws. First, I want to say that it is to eradicate domestic violence against women. Second, it is very important law that to provide to equal rights and equal women. This is also special law, and except national legislation, Azerbaijani parliament adopted all convention of United Nations, first CEDAW convention, and after CEDAW adopted all convention related gender issues, women equality. As I mean, Azerbaijan parliament adopted these conventions. And Azerbaijan, on the one hand, Azerbaijan governmental institutional mechanism. About 20 years, it was established special state committee, central and a high-level executive body, the State Committee on Family, Women and Children. This State Committee operates all family and the women and the children issues crossroad country. And Azerbaijan, this committee has about 20 district regional office and about 20 regional office is regulate state policy in the rural and the remote areas as well. And Azerbaijan, in the parliament, it was established separately committee, also named family, children, family, women, and the children issues. It is also both parliamentary committee and the executive body, central body, I mean, both named women, family, and children. They related all state policy, family and the women and the children. And actually, both parliamentary and the state body, they have very good relation almost with all stakeholders, particularly non-governmental and international organizations, civil society leader, and other. This relation give all women good opportunity to improve their skills and their empowerment in the different structures. I would like to say some very important statistic which Azerbaijani women gained the last 10 years. 2010 Azerbaijani women representative in parliament, it was 11%. But now, after 10 years, as in the parliament, representative of female parliamentarians is 21%. Yes, it is very great success of achievement of Azerbaijani women. In municipality, Azerbaijani women also today, Azerbaijani women chair of municipality in the region, it is about 47%. It is chair of women, yes, female in the municipality, but almost 71% they participate in the municipal, because you know, Azerbaijan, as I mentioned, new independent country, but despite that, Azerbaijani women prefer to represent in the local areas to participate governing local systems and municipality. And Azerbaijan, generally, if we take generally Azerbaijan literacy of people, it's very high level. Educated women is 19.7%. It was during Soviet time also, and then now. And the Azerbaijan education system for women is regulated by with constitution, because it is education. It is compulsory for everyone, and particularly women. That's why. But as you know, Azerbaijan is finished.
Go ahead and finish your thought.
So I will go on. I will continue. Yes. Yeah. But yes, it is very important about a special state program for involving women to entrepreneurs, economical system. And it is recently Azerbaijani government adopted for 5 years program, women participation in socio-economic sphere. But it is, you know, without economical equality, it is impossible to talk about equality of women and
in just a few minutes.
It is one very key priority. Okay.
Thank you so much. No, and it's exciting to hear. You know, I think that one of the I think that the things that younger countries really have is that you're able to lead the way in a lot of these areas, because you're starting fresh, and it's yeah, it's awesome.
Thank you very much. But it is very good comment. Before independence, we had a very comprehensive base, because it was also very compulsory to educate in Soviet system. Mm-hmm. That's why even in rural area, in remote area, all women had educated during that time. But after that, after collapse Soviet Union, and it will be good ground for future achievements.
It's fantastic.
Yes,
thank you. So now we have one more question. Thank you all. Yes. We have one more question, and I'm going to ask everybody to keep your answers to under 2 minutes, please. And this is one question for everyone. And Anna, we're going to start with you. Based on your respective experiences, could you tell us more about successful initiatives and policies that boost women's empowerment and our collective resilience?
Yes, sure. Well, the first that comes in my mind is the gender quota system. So if we refer to the 2024 elections, we discovered that 35% of countries have reached 30%. And out of these, almost 80% of countries had gender quotas, which means that it works. And it also means that, and let me quote ADG Ramos, that we shouldn't really feel ashamed, you know, for pushing for gender quotas. It's a good thing, and we shouldn't worried about competencies, because nobody is worrying about men, incompetent men, right? So let's open up the door for the empowered and motivated women. Yes.
Love that. Angela, same question for you, for everyone. It's going to be the same question, but based on your experience, could you tell us more about successful initiatives to get girls into STEM or to empower girls and women more?
Claro que sí. De hecho, una de las principales iniciativas que se están fomentando en Papantla, sobre todo en las instituciones públicas, son la creación y el invertirle a aquellos talleres o aquellos clubs en donde los estudiantes puedan desarrollarse plenamente en áreas de su interés. Justamente hay un club de robótica y programación en donde en 2021 solamente éramos 2 niñas trabajando en las áreas de robótica y actualmente ya somos 13. Ha crecido mucho el interés por las áreas de STEM en las niñas, en las jóvenes, y creo que ahí es donde ellas pueden desarrollarse y pueden encontrar un espacio para conocer lo que les gusta y poder desarrollar este tipo de proyectos. A inicios de año también se realizaron conversatorios en Papantla, el primer conversatorio en donde jóvenes estudiantes de diferentes instituciones educativas compartieron sus experiencias como mujeres, pero dentro de las áreas de ciencia y de tecnología, y pues realmente fue un espacio muy sorprendente de escuchar cómo estaban tan empoderadas. Y actualmente también se está llevando una iniciativa que son 2 semanas de activismo, donde se siguen realizando este tipo de iniciativas para no solamente encontrar talentos, sino también para apoyarlos, pero sobre todo visibilizarlos. Porque nosotras como mujeres pensamos que somos muy poquitas dentro de las áreas STEM, pero la realidad es que somos muchas. Lo que falta es que sean reconocidos estos casos de éxito. Y pues junto con otras organizaciones civiles, gubernamentales, lo que busco es poder acercar el acceso a una educación STEM a jóvenes que se encuentran en zonas marginadas. Esto mediante la implementación de la primera aula STEM en mi comunidad, para que otros jóvenes, así como yo tuve la oportunidad, tuve el apoyo, los recursos de poder experimentar en las áreas de robótica, aquellos jóvenes que no tienen la cercanía con la tecnología puedan tener la oportunidad de adquirir estas experiencias que les va a cambiar la vida.
Gracias. Same question for you. Based on your respective experience, could you tell us what successful initiatives and policies boost women's empowerment or collective resilience in Bangladesh?
Oh, thank you. In Bangladesh, due to some region, especially for the residential hostel for the working women, and also daycare center in the own institutions, workplace, our present women participation in the workplace is 42.6. We have planning to make it 50-50. So, and we are working on this issue. And another is the is mentioned regarding the and one of the parliament of the member of the parliament is present here. In our country, we have 300 seats in general. So men and women, they can contest. But 50 seats reserved only for the women. And another thing is the 33 female representation in all the political parties from the grassroots to central level. It is mandatory. And there is almost now 20,000 local government institutions leader, policy maker are the women. And this 30% is the reserve or the mandatory part. And 60% of the government primary schools teachers post a reserve for the women. So this is the big sector for us, where is the women. And another one important thing, in the last few years, our government allocated 1 million houses for the homeless people. The title, the property title is a joint title, women and man is a joint. Without the permission of the women, the husband can hand over or change the title. Another is the one successful is part is the for the gender-based violence. It was covered by the WHO as a best practice. This is we have one-stop crisis center for the survivor of the gender-based violence. And from here, they are getting the medical support, medical treatment, psychosocial support, legal support. We have the lawyers in the sector, and we have the reintegration, and we have the training for their potential entrepreneurship also. So this is the one of the very successful events. We are trying to cascade to all over the countries. And last one, I want to mention the primary and the secondary gender parity is almost covered, because due to the stipend, free book for the up to the primary and the secondary levels, and protecting the girls up to 18 years, because in our country 18 years the marriage age for the girls and the 21 for the boys. But we are trying to protect our girls up to 18, because the child marriage rate is high. So this is the one of the important issue for us, and we are very much successful in this area.
So fantastic to hear.
Yes.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
I really appreciate it. And Angela, same question for you.
Okay, thank you. Well, just to tie this up with what I was mentioning just before, I definitely think that educating girls, young adolescents, and young women in financial education with a gender focus is really super important. Traditional gender norms have really relegated us to a role that has very little to do with money, and traditionally money is a men's business. And we need to change those stereotypes by really giving them some idea of basic concepts about money, while engaging them in local saving groups, and also then preparing them for having their first small startup businesses. We are really changing the dynamic and the relationship that women and girls have with money. We know that the lack of economic autonomy has a lot to do with gender-based violence, and a lot of women have to endure this violence because they just have no economic autonomy, and that leaves them in a very vulnerable position. Aside from that, we've managed to engage more than 4,500 girls in these sort of projects, and we've focused specifically girls in complicated neighborhoods near the outskirts of Cartagena, but also Buenaventura. Buenaventura is one of the most important ports in Colombia, and these are both areas where we have mostly 99% of the population is Afro-Colombian. So we're tying this up also with their ancestral knowledge, their culture, and also seeing that there has to be also connection with the elders in their communities, so that they too help foster the idea that this is okay. We don't want to go countercurrent, and we want to be, there has to be some intergenerational agreement, and we want to send the right signals. That's on one side. On another side, I think, and leaving a little bit my role as director in plan, and not to tell you everything that we're doing, but because we do this, we do the citizenship projects I was mentioning just earlier, and we also do the just women empowerment in sexual and reproductive rights, because this also has a lot to do with the ability of girls, women, when they become women, to join the labor force, because one of the issues was that women would get pregnant at a very early age. And also, we're sending right signals, because we managed to eliminate child marriage just last month in Colombia, before the girls would be able to get married. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that also ties a lot in. But I won't have the time, because Brian, I think, is already looking at me sideways. But just quickly, just so that you can check it out, I think there's a very interesting development happening in Colombia, and it is the national care system. There's already a district at district level in the city of Bogota, city level care system that's being implemented. I wouldn't say it's perfect, but it's a very good attempt at remedying some of the things that we were mentioning before. And now we're starting it at a national level. So go check it out if you have the time. Thank you.
That's awesome to hear. Thanks, Angela. And Malahat, same question for you. In Azerbaijan, what successful initiatives and policies do you have?
Thank you very much, Brian. Thank you very much once again, all of you. And I would say I want to mention that you introduced me as member of parliament, but I am here. I am represent here as chair of Women Council, Women Refugee Council of Western Azerbaijan community, because it is very important. I am responsible and I am engagement on these issues. Because I and my family, even 300,000 refugees in Azerbaijan were forcibly expelled during Armenian-Azerbaijan war, 1987 and 1991. My colleague from Colombia, she mentioned about civil war and some refugees, resettled women, and I want to little bit elaborate because it is very important, because we dealing with is, and if we say woman is vulnerable group of society, and if we say that we think about refugee women, divorced women, disabled women, all the one of the very, very, very highest vulnerable group of women. That's why if we talk about women leaderships for gender-based of resilient society, it must be balanced. It is very important coordinate some vulnerable group of women, for example, refugees. That's why it is my task that I want to say, but very important and a very unique project about refugees women, and I want to deliver about this project. This project is named Refugee Women's Increased Leadership for Resilient and Peaceful Society. The purpose of this refugee lead approach project to promote and to strengthen leadership of refugee women to resilient and peaceful society, particularly equality of refugee women in the peaceful and dignified return integration process. Refugee problem priority is for our regions, for South Caucasus, and for Azerbaijan too. The target of this project is to advance gender equality, empower refugee women and the girls, and uphold their human rights. As you know, after war, Azerbaijan and Armenia are on the process of negotiation to normalize its relations. Expected that peace treaty will be signed between two countries in near future. We are confident that this treaty will create favorable opportunity for refugee women of both countries to return to their homeland in peaceful and dignified manner within the framework of international laws. Using opportunity, I would invite all of you to cooperate with Women Refugee Council in Azerbaijan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for the clarification. I'd like to thank all of you for your insights today. You know, I just returned on Monday from working with Lema Bowie, who's the Nobel Peace Laureate from Liberia, and she said once that truly women have a place, truly women have a face, and truly the world has not been functioning well without their input in every sphere. And I think that all of you are really creating these spheres for women to thrive and to shine, and I really appreciate that. And especially, you know, I wish that we could delve into the refugee topic much more because it's such an important topic, and hopefully at the next event we will. I'd like to conclude this panel by inviting UNESCO's Assistant Director General for Social and Human Sciences, Gabriel Ramos, to join us and give some thoughts.
Thank you so much, Brian, and thank all of you. I really think that there cannot be a global forum against racism and discrimination without a very, very deep discussion on the role of women, the place of women. And I think that, I don't know who chose this panel, but it's amazing. Because first, an award-winning Barki, and we have here Shamsha, who is part of the Barki Foundation that provided with this grant to Angela. Y felicidades, porque además qué maravilla, porque somos mexicanas, mira mi falda. And then the knowledge, the more we produce knowledge, to look not only, and I love the way Anna and Maria Gracia, Salma, they have provided this framework, which is not to always think about fixing women. We need to fix women. Oh yes, we need to fix the women thing. We need to fix the gender thing. We don't need fixing. We need to fix the world for women to thrive and to contribute for a more resilient economy and society. And I think this is exactly the message. Then the how that all of you really touch Plan. I have worked with Plan for so many years, but listening to Bangladesh and to Azerbaijan on the very specific ways in which we need to change the framework to ensure that women can contribute fully. Because the reality, and I presented this morning the report that we brought to the Global Forum on the racism and discrimination, how these things happen, and then with 600,000 data points, information on how racism and discrimination happened, 38% is about race, and 33% is about gender. So there, and then if you combine gender and race, then we are lost, because at the end it's also about this intersectionality where women can really accumulate, refugee women, women in very low income positions, women, indigenous women, and then you go on, and this is just accumulating disadvantages. But on the other hand, what is amazing is that we know how to move this agenda forward. And this has been the focus of this conversation. Because at the end, what we have is a very uneven playing field. Very uneven, because you need to invest 7 hours a day, or 3 hours a day, or 4 hours a day. I remember a minister of gender that was here before, Elisabeth Moreno from France, who said, no, the most unbalance, the major unbalance in terms of women is not salary, is not employment, is not artificial intelligence or STEM, is time. It's time. Because at the end, if you only can invest 4 times 6 hours, 3 hours a day to your own professional work, then how are we going to even aspire to be promoted or to have more income? So I feel that this is upon us, and I'm happy to see Ambassador, I'm happy to see the members of our board, because at the end it's about policies, it's about affirmative action. And yes, and we should not shy away, because at the end, if we have all these stereotyping, social norms, social codes that put women to do certain things and prevent them from really moving forward, we need to unveil these traps that we have in our eyes through affirmative action. And you have been talking about affirmative action in many ways. Having a successful STEM young champion here is affirmative action, because you produce this role modeling that makes other imagine a better way. Having quotas, as I said, I love this mention, because it happened to me that I work, I'm not gonna claim that I contributed, or maybe I contributed, but I'm not gonna claim that I was the one, because I'm not, but we have a women president in Mexico. And I was reflecting on the fact that Mexico has a women president. I mean, it's just amazing. How did that happen? Because I cannot say that Mexico is without inequalities on gender. And then I was remembering when we produced the gender quota in Congress, 50-50, and it was just like that, 50-50, it was approved. Let's legislate equality. We're here with a lot of governments. Let's just legislate equality. Let's legislate equal pay. Let's legislate some quotas on STEM, on the companies, etc. But then we were there and we legislated this thing with fantastic senators and deputies, women that were there. And I was very surprised, because we were with the president of Congress in this big event to promote the gender quota in Congress, and then he I don't know where he was his mind, because he could have been killed at that moment, but he said something like what Anna reported, Madame Ramos, I'm very worried, because I know gender, and I know quota, and I know, but we might get full of very incompetent women. And he said it out loud. We're gonna get a lot of incompetent women by quotas. And I said, Mr. President, don't you worry, we're full of incompetent men without a quota. And nobody passed that filter. But at the end, the question of affirmative action helps you, and I bring you another very fast example, because when I was chief of staff in the previous institution, everybody said, no, there are no women economists that will come to work in Reparatory. We only hire men economists. And then I was talking with the directors, and I was saying, but why don't you bring more women? And there are a lot of very smart women. No, because we can. No, they don't come because their husband, because their families, because they're. I said, okay, let's do something. You hire whomever you want because this is merit-based, but let's do something. In every recruitment panel, you will bring half and half candidates. Then, up to you. You choose whomever is the best. And then men will come, and I still remember the director of the environment who came to me, and then he presented me 7 men and 3 women for a recruitment. And I said, no, you know, the rule is 50-50. There are no women. For this purpose, there are no women. The 3 that I presented to you is the only thing I could do. There are no women. And I said, okay, then do me a favor, reduce 4 men from your list. And then we have 3 and 3, and that's, I'll come back. He comes back, I found more women. It's just, but put these rules. Let's just put these rules, because at the end, we are all trapped in these codes and in these norms that prevent us, like in the racism and discrimination discussions that we have seen, we don't see the color and we don't see that we're discriminated and we don't see that. Let's just put ourselves with those kind of almost tricks to ensure that whenever we can, we ensure that women has the possibility and the opportunity to thrive. Because as Anna showed at the beginning, more women, more successful outcomes. And it's not to praise women because we don't fall in these games of, yes, women are less corrupt or women have more values. That's not something that is sustainable scientifically. What happened is when you hear that business that have more women on boards, that are more profitable, and that they gain more or get more investments, or governments that get more sustainable policies because they have more women. Why does that happen? Because it means that those institutions are open-minded. Independently of being a woman or being a black person or being an indigenous community, the institutions that allow for their decision-making bodies to be diverse are more resilient. And therefore, even for that, I would say, last plea, we will be more resilient if we have more women. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And if we could give another round of applause for all of our panelists, thank you all for being here today. And thank you all for coming.
Hello. Good evening. Sorry I'm out of breath. I ran from the plenary hall, but I'm very happy that you're all here with us. Thank you for coming. It's very difficult to stay in long conferences, but bravo to you. You're still here. This is a very important breakout session for us because UNESCO has just established the dialogues for reparatory justice. And we have the actors here who are the people that matter, who will help us implement this activity that UNESCO has launched. I would like to give the floor to the moderator, John Dower, the co-founder of Heirs of Slavery.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you for UNESCO for inviting us. And thank you to my esteemed panel. I'm just going to quickly introduce everybody so you know who is here, sitting next to me. I'll start to my right, your left. This is Keith McGee, who's chair of the Guardian Foundation. Professor Keith McGee is a senior fellow and visiting professor of practice in cultural justice at the University College London, Institute for Innovative and Public Purpose, and a senior fellow in culture and justice at the Centre of US Politics, along with being chair and professor of practice in social justice in Newcastle Law School, Newcastle University. He's also chair of the Guardian Foundation, trustee of the Gallery of Living History, trustee of Facing History and Ourselves, and serves on the board of the Foundation for Louisiana. To my left is Dieudonné Boutrin. Dieudonné is president of Le Coq Nomade Fraternité Association based in Nantes in west of France, which has been working for over 30 years as a civil society organization of the duty of remembrance and restorative justice. Next to Dieudonné is Dennis O'Brien. Dennis is, sorry, I'm just shuffling my papers. So I made a note earlier on of the organization he runs. He is founder and owner of Digicel in the Caribbean communications company, and is also the founder of the Repair campaign, which Dennis will tell us more about in a minute. Then next to him is Pierre Guillaume de Prince, who's born and resides in Nantes. He's a descendant of an 18th century slave owner. In 2021, his encounter with Dieudonné, who's to my left, and the organization La Coq Nomade Fraternité marked the beginning of his journey towards acknowledging this legacy. Welcome, Pierre. Next to him is Fernando Macias Aranda, who's Director General of the Office of Non-Discrimination and Equality in Spain. Director of the Office for Equal Treatment and Non-Discrimination, Department of Equality and Feminism, Government of Catalonia. He's a university professor and researcher at the Roma Study Center with a career focused on educational research. Welcome, Fernando. Next to Fernando is Fernanda do Nascimento Tomas. I hope I've got that kind of right. Who's General Coordinator of Memory of Slavery and Transatlantic Trafficking of Enslaved Persons, Ministry of Human Rights and Citizenship from Brazil. She's a professor of African history and of the postgraduate program in history of the Federal University of Juiz de Fora. She works at the Ministry of Human Rights and Citizenship, where she's responsible for the general coordination of memory and truth on slavery and transatlantic trafficking of enslaved persons. She's the coordinator of the UFJF Oral History and Image Laboratory in the Memory, Africas and Slavery section. She's carried out research in the field of African studies with an emphasis on the history of Mozambique and Nigeria based on the following themes: colonialism, race relations, social history of law, gender, women's movements, and memory. Welcome, Fernanda. And next to you on the far left, and last but not least, is Ali Gill, who is the chairman of the Grenada National Reparations Commission. He's a Grenadian attorney and historian a former parliamentarian, government minister, magistrate and ambassador. A prolific writer, he currently serves as the chair of the Grenada National Reparations Committee and is a member of the CARICOM Reparations Commission. So I'm very proud to be the convener and moderator of this session. I was very inspired by Nicole Hannah Jones' 1619 project she just talked about, and reminded us that there is no such thing as democracy when there is still racism existing. And I'm also honoured to be here and want to recognise that the work of reparatory justice, the campaign towards reparatory justice has been going a long, long time before I joined it. So all of us here are campaigners and activists, and we are all looking towards action. In the last 5 years, I would say that reparatory justice has moved forward to some extent, and I'll give you some examples of some of the ways in which that's happened. In 2021, Germany acknowledged genocide in Namibia and announced financial aid. In 2022, the Dutch Prime Minister apologised for the country's actions in relation to transatlantic enslavement of African people. The King of the Netherlands apologised in 2023. In 2023, the Scott Trust also apologised and set up reparative justice policies and a framework towards mending the wound that they felt they had created. In the same year, my family, the Trevelyan family, went to Grenada and apologised to the people of Grenada for our ancestors' involvement in transatlantic enslavement and plantation ownership. We also formed, some of us were co-founders, Laura, my cousin, Laura Trevelyan, and other families who are descended from enslavers, set up an organisation called Heirs of Slavery, with the aim of trying to persuade other families to come on board this reparative justice journey. In 2023 as well, CARICOM and the African Union joined to seek reparations. African Union, mentioning them, have termed 2025 as the year of reparations. Some tribal leaders in Africa apologized for their role in organizing the trafficking of Africans. In 2025, CARICOM are redefining their 10-point plan, which they first announced in 2014. I'm sure Ali will tell us more about that. The Portuguese president in 2023 said that Portugal should apologize for its role in transatlantic slavery. There was a lot of backlash, but it was an amazing moment. So I'm sure you'll agree with me that in the last 5 years, these are quite big changes that have moved the whole conversation about reparative justice forward. The last time we met in our dialogue for reparative justice, which some of us were attended, many of us on this panel were at in Paris in October, things have even moved forward since then. For example, the Commonwealth Leaders Conference in Samoa later that month ended up with a communique which agreed to call for reparations as a result of that Commonwealth Conference. This is despite the fact that the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, began the conference by saying there would be no payment of money and there would be no apology. So things feel as though they're moving forward, and I'm going to be interested to see whether our panel agrees with me putting that forward. But I will start by asking Keith McGee, to please say a few words about this important subject.
Thank you so much. I'm going to apologize because I have to get to the airport for a flight with a 10-year-old, so you know. So I'm going to leave shortly after I just share with you. I'll say to you that, you know, as we talk about a path to healing and equity, we have to deal with the fact that restorative justice is not merely an act of restitution, it's a moral imperative. It recognizes that systemic inequalities and historical injustices faced by marginalized communities were neither accidental or incidental. They are direct results of structures to exclude, oppress, and exploit. But here's the good news. We are here because we believe that we will not let the past define our collective future. Reparations are not about blame and guilt, but they are about responsibility and renewal. They are about acknowledging the harm inflicted, repairing the broken trust, and creating conditions where equity is not just an aspiration, but it becomes a lived reality. This work calls all of us to reckon with uncomfortable truths, while it invites us into what I call sacred labor, the sacred labor of restoring dignity to those that were denied it. That is critical and essential beyond creating what we often say are safe spaces. I implore us to create brave spaces. I challenge us to think expansively on how we can build frameworks for restorative justice that not only address the wounds of the past, but transforms the structures of the present. How can we ensure that restorative justice and reparations are not a one-time gesture, but a sustainable commitment to equity, opportunity, and empowerment? With that, our work will require innovation, collaboration, and that big C word, courage. It demands that we have central voices and that we speak aloud for those most affected, and that we resist the temptation for settling for half measures. And above all, it demands hope. Hope that heals. Hope can be healing. It requires us to believe that justice is attainable and that together we can build a future worthy of a shared humanity. To me, justice is love in action. It is the truth of what justice looks like, an actual act of love. This forum is more than a gathering. It's of course our call to action. And so I believe, and I hope that as we leave here with ideas and plans and partnerships and a renewed commitment to advancing reparatory justice in our communities and beyond, that we leave here charged and invigorated. And I'll leave you with the words of Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who said that true reconciliation exposes the awfulness, the abuse to hurt the truth. It is a risky undertaking, but in the end, it is worthwhile because in the end, dealing with the real situation helps to bring real healing. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Really important words, and I hope this is a brave space that we are creating here. I really love your hopeful tone of that. Thank you very much. Dieudonné, I'm going to ask you the first question. How do you personally define reparatory justice, and why is it a necessary mechanism for addressing historical injustices?
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. C'est avec un grand plaisir que je me trouve aujourd'hui à Nantes, je dis à Nantes parce que je suis à Nantes, mais à Barcelone, invité par l'UNESCO. Je suis Dieudonné Boutrin, descendant de famille des personnes mises en esclavage. Je travaille depuis pratiquement 34 ans sur le sujet de devoir de mémoire. Effectivement, la question que pose John, que définit la justice réparatrice, c'est un procédé c'est-à-dire un procédé premièrement de reconnaissance, de réparation et de réconciliation entre les deux parties, des victimes les deux liés à l'histoire de l'esclavage historique. Je voudrais juste dire quelque chose de très important entre l'esclavage, qu'on parle d'esclavage et réparation. Il y a la réparation en France, que la France a reconnu, l'esclavage comme crime contre l'humanité, c'est une forme de, je dis, de reconnaissance. Et ça, il faut le souligner. Mais réconcilier les deux parties, des descendants et des victimes, c'est-à-dire des victimes et des descendants des familles esclavagistes, c'est très complexe et compliqué dans notre société martiniquaise. Je vais parler pour la Martinique et la Guadeloupe, pour vous rappeler que c'est très complexe, très compliqué. Nous avons une population de la Guadeloupe et de la Martinique avec, je dirais, 4 classes sociales. Un problème identitaire. Vous avez le blanc créole qui représente les béquets. Vous avez les mulattes, les métis. Vous avez le nègre. Vous avez les Indiens qui sont venus après l'esclavage, les Indiens d'Inde. Vous avez les Européens, les Syriens, c'est ce qui compose l'identité martiniquaise et guadeloupéenne. Et je peux vous dire, c'est un racisme, l'esclavage, l'héritage de l'esclavage, c'est le racisme chez nous. Le racisme, il est intergénérationnel au niveau de la famille. On peut dire on souffre de racisme dans la famille. Le plus foncé est rejeté. Donc aujourd'hui, la Martinique vit un moment, et la Guadeloupe, je dirais, d'un processus qui est complexe et compliqué. Les jeunes générations aujourd'hui vivent de la discrimination. Ils sont obligés de laisser l'île pour aller étudier, mais au retour de chez eux, ils n'ont pas de travail. Le processus a commencé, le grand remplacement. Veut dire, lorsque vous regardez les administratifs, tout poste clé est détenu déjà par les métropolitains. C'est une réalité. Ils vivent une discrimination terrible et de racisme déjà compliqué. Ce peuple est en train de se refermer. Ce peuple souffre. Et effectivement, vous avez pu constater les mouvements sociaux sur la vie chère. Et ça, c'est très compliqué, très difficile. Je pense que dans 30 ans, le processus aura atteint son objectif. Je fais un appel à ces jeunes. Et l'objectif pour nous, je travaille avec Pierre de Princé, famille de descendants, c'est de voir comment nous pouvons sensibiliser, c'est-à-dire toutes ces familles de descendants, des béquets, aller sur la justice réparatrice et voir comment nous pouvons travailler ensemble. C'est la peur de l'autre, c'est la peur. Je dirais que, de fait, on a hérité une histoire que nous ne sommes pas responsables, et ça crée vraiment le silence. Le silence, les deux côtés, le silence, ça tue 2 fois. Et l'objectif aujourd'hui, c'est de voir comment nous pouvons lutter ensemble sur, je dirais, le racisme et la discrimination. Je fais un appel parce qu'on a besoin de travailler en synergie avec tous les outils nécessaires, travailler avec un vrai programme, je dirais un vrai programme de réparation, sur l'éducation, à l'information, sur, je dirais, le développement économique permet de faire avancer les choses, donner l'espoir aux jeunes. Et c'est très difficile et compliqué. Et effectivement, la réparation, ça demande un vrai dialogue d'échange. Je sais que la Fondation pour la mémoire de l'esclavage a commencé un travail sur la réparation qui concerne Haïti. Et la justice réparatrice, j'aimerais que nous puissions aller sur la justice réparatrice qui concerne la Martinique et la Guadeloupe et arriver à mettre pratiquement tout le monde autour de la table pour au moins échanger. C'est la meilleure façon de construire un navire apaisé, une mémoire apaisée et un bien vivre ensemble et lutter contre le racisme, c'est de discuter et encore discuter, échanger avec ceux qui sont aussi, c'est-à-dire victimes de l'esclavage colonial, c'est-à-dire les descendants de familles qui peuvent se mettre à la table avec les descendants des personnes mises en esclavage pour au moins échanger et construire un avenir apaisé.
Thank you, Dieudonné. That was a sobering report, and I'm hoping that getting a picture of particularly what's happening in Guadeloupe and Martinique there's going to be hope. And you were talking about maybe 30 or 40 years things changing. So there is positivity there. I'm feeling there's a glimmer. Thank you very much. I'm now going to pass over and ask Fernanda, what has Brazil achieved in the call for reparatory justice? I'm going to scoot over and give you the microphone.
Thank you. Good evening for everybody. Thank you for this question, but I will read my answer because my English speaking skills not so much good, and I speak Portuguese, and here doesn't have translation. The debate on reparatory justice has been timid in Brazil. There is a time when the call for reparation becomes strong and had a certain popularity. This happened in the 1990s with the Reparation Now movement, which was emblematic of national debate. It was a movement that brought important reflection and reparation around the country, raising provocative discussion with the civil society regarding economic compensation. After that, there was a silence around the debate on reparatory justice, making it a very delicate and tense subject. There have been decades of silence. Since last year, the discussion has taken a different turn. The Brazilian government created the General Coordinator of Memory and Truth of Slavery and Transatlantic Traffic and Enslaved People at the Ministry of Human Rights and Citizenship. The mission of this General Coordination, which I work for, is to develop reparation policies. We understand that Brazilian state has many social responsibilities and that the reparation are a crucial path forward. In November of this year, the Brazilian government made a public apology for the enslavement of Black people. The slavery in Brazil lasted more than 300 years, and the country received the largest number of Africans during the transatlantic slave trade, around the 40% of the total number of people taken of Africa or Central America. In addition of this initiative, there has been some recent provocation. The Public Prosecution Office has filed a civil lawsuit against the oldest and largest bank in Brazil, the Banco do Brasil, due to active involvement of these shareholders in the transatlantic slave trade. It was a joint action between the Public Prosecution's Office and a group of historians who carried out detailed research to prove the bank's financing of the trade and enslaved Africans to Brazil. As a result, the Public Prosecution Office has been mobilized civil society to debate reparatory justice and held a public consultation with dozens of entities and find out what would be the best course of action to demand reparation from Banco do Brasil. The Public Prosecution Office has received around 500 recommendations from civil society. Last month, Agência Pública, a journalism agency, had specialized in investing human rights issues, published the results of their research. They mapped the answers of more than 116 Brazilian authorities and found 33 families that were slaveholders. They were the ancestors of farmers, the presidents, senators, and governors. The figures are, of the 81 senators, they describe 16. Of the 25 governors, they found 13 with family heritage from slaveholders. They show that there is a transmission of inheritance, income, assets, and education between general right up to the present day. there is a social continuity of the political class in Brazil that also shows the size of our challenge in the implement reparation policy. For many people, reparation are considered a kind of healing for damage caused of the victim of the violation. But repairing does not mean start again from scratch, as if not had happened. It's not possible to bring people back, alleviate pain, or transform memory. I'm finished, okay? I'm finished. In other words, it's impossible to turn back time, but reparations fundamentally serve to bring dignity and social responsibility to present subjects with a view toward a more just and equal society.
Thank you so much, Fernanda. There's a lot happening in Brazil from the sound of it, and I didn't even know about that apology that you mentioned. That's really positive, I think. You're nodding. It sounds as though you feel more positive. More positive. Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to now hand over to Ali Gill. Ali, let's hear how the perspective from you in Grenada and from CARICOM perhaps. How do we navigate resistance or backlash from stakeholders who may feel excluded or targeted by reparations discussions?
Thank you very much, John. And just to see, in one of the achievements that we've had in the last 4 to 5 years that you highlighted when you began the discussion, one of these achievements is the fact that we are here using this UNESCO platform to have this discussion. So if you said to me 4 years, 5 years ago that UNESCO would create a platform for us to discuss the issue of reparations, I would give up everything for us to be here. So that we are very grateful for UNESCO to have us to discuss this issue of reparations. Round of applause to UNESCO. But then, however, though, UNESCO now need to move to have a global forum for the advancement and advocacy of reparations. Also, too, we are grateful for the Repair campaign, and I believe that Dennis O'Brien will speak more about it. But we in the CARICOM Reparations Commission that have been leading the global fight for reparative justice, we are grateful to, the Repair campaign for providing us with the statistics and the relevant economic data to furnish us with more information with regards to advancing our reparative justice advocacy. And just to answer the question now, the only way or the best way for us to address the issue of the backlash, the cynics, the criticisms with regards to reparative justice, you can find it in the E in UNESCO. It is education, education, education. When you mentioned, John, earlier with regards to Prime Minister Keir Starmer's response when the Commonwealth heads in Samoa advocated that the issue of reparations be part of the communique, be part of the discussion that Commonwealth heads need to have, the British government, the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary, they spoke with regards to that no monies will be paid out from the British Treasury for reparative justice. But that also told us something, that what they were speaking from was a position of fear, was a position of misunderstanding of what reparative justice is all about. One would, when you hear the words reparation, probably the first thing that comes to mind is cash. And to us, so many sectors in the British society is probably thinking that we in the Caribbean and Africa and the advocates for reparative justice, we're probably thinking about getting a flotilla of container ships, go to the UK and to Paris and so on, to take all the money we possibly can, put them in containers and sail back to the Caribbean. In other words, leave the European countries to be bankrupt and leave them for dead. That is not what we are speaking about. And that is why it is very important for us in this advocacy for reparative justice to speak about the 10-point CARICOM plan. What we are advocating is a economic developmental program funded over time by the beneficiaries of the Atlantic slave trade, indigenous genocide, and slavery. Now, when we speak about racism, we need to fully appreciate that the root of anti-black racism in Europe and elsewhere began with the Atlantic slave trade. And as such, the foundation of how do we repair, how do we address the issue of racism really and truly begins with reparations, with reparative justice. Is really, reparative justice really speak about repairing the harm which was caused. We in the Caribbean, our countries received independence from the UK, English-speaking Caribbean, in the 1960s, beginning with Jamaica, British Guyana, and so on. But when the British left, they left us with empty treasuries. They left us to find our feet all by ourselves, economically, socially, educationally. That's what it was. And so too, that is what they did with Africa. So that we had to start from scratch. While the British and the French and so on can speak about a society and a nation that have developed over centuries, we can only speak about a society developing over decades. And when, at the end of slavery in the Caribbean, it was referred to earlier, the British compensated the slave owners and left the slaves and their descendants to fend for themselves. And that, we find, is unconscionable. And we are not here advocating for reparative justice to hurl insults, to say negative things, and to throw words against the descendants of the enslavers. As you can see, we sit now on the same table and on the same platform. No, what we want is an engagement. What we want is a discussion of how we can repair that harm. That is what the advocacy for reparative justice is all about. I want to encourage you to Google and to find the 10-point CARICOM plan, because that's another lecture in and of itself. But what we are seeking is an engagement to have a discussion with regards to how do we repair the harm of colonialism. The issue of Martinique and Guadeloupe was mentioned. In the Caribbean, we still have colonies, French colonies, British colonies. And the issue of colonies is based on the principle of the philosophy of discovery, which speaks of the superiority of one race and the inferiority of others. That, ladies and gentlemen, goes to the root of racism, which is what this global forum is about. And I say to you once again that at the very root of this issue of racism, the best way to address the issue of racism is to have the discussion and to resolve once and for all the issue of reparative justice. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Thank you, Ali, for such a concise history lesson. I'd say that was, you really put some things very clearly there, and the notion of education, I think that really chimes with a lot of people who believe that reparatory justice will not get anywhere without educating people. Thank you so much. Fernando, I'm going to turn to you now. It would be great to hear about how things are looking in Spain from your perspective. In terms of reparatory justice, can you just give us a sort of update as to where Spain is in that area and the work you're doing?
Okay, first of all, I would like to say thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. And if it is okay for you, because all of you have translation, I prefer to answer my first question in Spanish and the second one in Catalan, okay? Bien, cuando hablamos de justicia reparadora en términos o en el contexto español y concretamente en el catalán, del cual tengo la suerte de formar parte del gobierno de la Generalitat de Cataluña, pues estamos hablando de un movimiento no solamente muy reciente, sino que prácticamente a nivel legal prácticamente podríamos decir que ni siquiera ha empezado. Sí que es cierto que cuando hablamos de justicia reparadora o de justicia restaurativa, se han empezado a hacer grandes e importantes cosas y en eso Cataluña pues está siendo pionera en todo el Estado español. Y me gustaría hablar de lo que conocemos como las 3 R's, ¿no? El reconocimiento, la reparación y la reforma. Cuando hablamos de reconocimiento es esa necesidad de reconocer las desigualdades e injusticias históricas que se han derivado precisamente de las consecuencias de ese racismo, de esa esclavitud y de esa persecución. En ese sentido, Cataluña tiene desde el año 2020 la primera ley para la igualdad de trato y no discriminación, 2 años antes que la española, que se publicó en 2022, y es una ley que no solamente reconoce que Cataluña discrimina y que la sociedad discrimina, sino que obliga a Cataluña a crear una oficina para la igualdad de trato y no discriminación que por primera vez permite a las personas poder denunciar que sufren discriminación por cuestión de discapacidad, por cuestión de orientación sexual y por cuestión de origen étnico, de procedencia o de temas relacionados con el racismo. De hecho, el racismo representa más del 30% de las denuncias que recibimos en la oficina. Pero es que además esa ley habla de colectivos específicos, de ámbitos específicos donde se da esa discriminación. Por lo tanto, hay un reconocimiento específico de lo que supone el racismo y la discriminación en términos generales. Cuando hablamos de reparación, me puedo avanzar que este gobierno en el año 2025 va a lanzar la primera ley contra el racismo en todas sus formas y expresiones. Es una ley no solamente pionera en España, sino en nuestro contexto europeo, porque aunque sí que existe legislación que persiga y hable de racismo, no hay ningún marco normativo específico que únicamente hable del racismo como forma de discriminación. Y en esa ley, tanto en su preámbulo como en su estructura, se va a reconocer la discriminación y el pasado histórico y colonial y lo que ha representado Cataluña y España para la construcción, ¿no?, de los pueblos. No solamente las comunidades que han sido esclavizadas de África o de otras partes del mundo, sino también la minoría a la que tengo el orgullo de representar, como el pueblo gitano, que somos los grandes olvidados en este continente, que a pesar de llevar 600 años aquí, como se ha dicho a lo largo de esta conferencia, se sigue normalizando la discriminación que sufrimos. Y para reparar se van a hacer una serie de medidas de acción afirmativa, que no discriminación positiva, es affirmative action, please, con el objetivo de, como decía la prima Beatriz, poner a los que están en la última fila en la primera fila. Esto se ha hecho mucho en educación, se ha hecho con becas, se ha hecho con cuotas, pero a pesar de eso no funciona. Miren los índices de fracaso del pueblo gitano, de la población inmigrante. Por lo tanto, necesitamos la tercera R, que es reforma. Necesitamos reformar las estructuras y la administración. Si no empezamos a hablar del racismo estructural que atraviesa a todas las estructuras, será imposible, simplemente reconociendo y reparando, poder conseguir que los de la última fila estén en la primera. Y para eso, las administraciones tienen que cambiar mucho, y no solamente cambiar el color de piel de las personas que ocupan los cargos, sino cambiar el corazón y el proceder, la manera de proceder. Para que todas las comunidades, y con esto termino, se sientan representadas en este reconocimiento, en esta reparación y esta reforma, es muy importante 3 elementos. El primero es que haya una participación decisiva y real de las personas que han sido agraviadas con ese racismo histórico. Y para eso tenemos que permitir y dar voz a estos pueblos y que puedan autogestionar y decidir cómo quieren ser reconocidos, reparados y cómo quieren reformar esas instituciones. La segunda cuestión, y no menos importante, sería la necesidad del enfoque interseccional, que no me voy a entretener porque creo que se ha explicado muy bien a lo largo de la sesión. Y la tercera, y como académico para mí muy importante, es que todas las medidas que desarrollemos estén fundamentadas en evidencias científicas de impacto social. Basta ya de experimentar con nuestros niños, con nuestras niñas y con nuestras familias. Tenemos que implementar acciones, políticas y proyectos que tengan un aval y que esa ciencia se haya hecho con nosotros, al lado de nosotros y nosotras, y que esté avalada por estos pueblos que han sufrido este agravio. Muchas gracias.
Fernanda, thank you. I'm just going to ask another question to you.
For me?
Yes, to you. Yeah,
Wow.
if you don't mind.
No, that's fine.
So, I did a little bit of reading about Spanish, the history of enslavement in Spain, and it's a lot more complicated than in other European countries, and I recognise that. I mean, in Britain, you know, there was a fairly straightforward relationship between the Caribbean and Britain. Portugal, similarly with South America. Spain had a slightly more complicated relationship. There were African slaves, as far as I understand, on the mainland of Spain. There was a relationship with Africa because obviously Spain's close to Africa. And also much of the trafficking was given over to Portugal, or maybe it was less. But you didn't say so much about the recognition about what Spain did. And I'm just wondering whether that's something you said earlier on that it hasn't really started, but could you say anything about that? I'm sorry to pin you down, but I'm just think it's important that we all just try and identify where we're at as countries, as territories, with what we're actually doing in recognizing the past.
Sure. I will just 1 minute, just to be justo con los demás y las demás. Digo que simplemente está empezando porque lo único que tenemos son buenas intenciones y lo siento mucho porque en esta ocasión estoy representando al Gobierno de Cataluña como director general, pero la realidad es la que es. Existen buenas intenciones, buenos discursos, pero no existe ningún marco legal ni normativo que haya pedido ni siquiera disculpas. De hecho, vamos a ser sinceros y sinceras, cuando se habla de este tema, normalmente la gente mira hacia otro lado, ¿no? Entonces, esta ley contra el racismo en su preámbulo y la justificación de la ley va a hablar específicamente del papel que ha ocupado Cataluña y España en la colonización y la invasión de multitud de tierras a lo largo del globo, ¿no? Entonces yo creo que esto es un primer papel, pero quizá me adelanto, pero también se están discutiendo y hablando de hacer un perdón público al pueblo gitano. O sea, se está hablando de convocar al máximo órgano que existe en este momento en Cataluña, que es el Consejo Asesor del Pueblo Gitano, constituido en derechos sociales, para que haya un perdón público por parte de la administración por todo lo que ha sucedido. Por eso os comentaba que está just starting, simplemente empezando.
Thank you. That's great to get a bit more detail on that. Thank you, Fernando. I think your notion that acknowledgement and recognition, I would call it acknowledgement, you call it recognition, in terms of what happened is the beginning of a journey towards reparative justice. I'm next going to ask Pierre Guillon de Prince. Pierre, how can descendants of enslavers, and more broadly societies, balance the moral imperative to acknowledge historical wrongs with the practical challenges of wanting to participate and implement reparative justice?
Alors, la position des Européens, et surtout en France, et je parle de mon expérience à Nantes, je citerai 2 cas. Il y a les personnes qui ne sont pas descendantes d'esclavagistes, ou alors qui l'ignorent. Pour eux, c'est une période qui n'est pas glorieuse, et donc on préfère ne pas en parler, même si on a quelques doutes d'après son nom, et qu'on appartient à la grosse bourgeoisie nantaise, mais on ne cherche pas à trouver la réalité. Donc, la honte fait qu'on ne se renseigne pas, donc on ne prend pas conscience du rapport entre l'esclavage et le racisme actuel. Ou alors on en a une idée très floue. Pourtant, ces gens-là sont victimes effectivement du racisme qui dégrade les rapports sociaux. En plus, on ne peut pas rester spectateur passif de ce phénomène. De toute façon, actuellement, on est dans une période où ça envahit maintenant l'espace public et on ne pourra pas y échapper à cette question. Alors, pour ce qui concerne les gens qui sont descendants d'esclavagistes, la réaction est quasiment unanime, c'est le silence. On ne veut pas en parler, c'est pas une période gratifiante, hein. Donc on fait silence. Mais ce n'est pas une solution, parce que étant donné que sur la place publique, ça s'étend depuis de plus en plus, ils ne pourront pas échapper. Et donc, excusez-moi. De ce côté-là, je suis en quelque sorte un cas particulier, ce qui provient peut-être du fait que je l'ai su très jeune, et donc sans difficulté psychologique, parce que c'était une époque où la présence des étrangers ou des Français d'origine étrangère était quasiment invisible à Nantes. Elle a commencé à être visible avec l'arrivée des Algériens, hein, qui sont venus travailler en France. Puis ensuite, il y a eu les boat peoples, donc des Asiatiques. Et puis maintenant, ce sont des Africains. Et donc, comme je l'ai su très tôt, je n'ai pas eu de choc. J'ai intégré cette thématique du fait du racisme qui allait croissant. Et donc, depuis que je rencontrais Dieudonné Boutrin, depuis que j'ai rencontré Dieudonné Boutrin, cette thématique a pris une autre dimension. Puis ensuite, on a rencontré les familles anglaises, donc les Trevelyan. Hein. Ça a pris donc une dimension un peu internationale. Maintenant, nous sommes invités par l'UNESCO. Et c'est pour moi un honneur d'être invité par l'UNESCO et en plus une grande satisfaction par rapport à mon engagement sur cette thématique. Excusez-moi. Non, pas tout à fait. Bon, c'est enchaînement passé. Donc voilà la situation en France. Hein. Donc mon souci maintenant avec Dieudonné, c'est de porter cette question sur la place publique de façon à susciter, à réveiller un petit peu les consciences de ces descendants d'armateurs négriers ou d'industriels qui ont participé aux cargaisons de troc, ou les planteurs également, etc. Donc, de mon côté, bien sûr, je n'ai pas de souci à me faire parce que l'aventure de mes deux générations d'armateurs négriers s'est mal terminée. Ils allaient à Saint-Domingue. Bon. Avec la révolution des esclaves, la traite s'est arrêtée. Leurs installations à Saint-Domingue ont été confisquées, donc plus de revenus. Ils ont eu beaucoup de difficultés aussi avec la Révolution française qui allait chercher l'argent là où il se trouvait. C'est de bonne guerre, c'est pas nouveau. Et donc le dernier est mort, ruiné. Donc de côté richesse, il ne m'est rien revenu. Mais ce n'est pas suffisant. Je trouve que je n'ai pas l'intention de reprocher aux gens d'avoir fait fortune. Ce que je leur reproche, c'est de l'avoir fait en faisant commerce avec des êtres humains. C'est ça que je leur reproche, mais pas autre chose. Et donc, mon souci, c'est d'essayer de recruter donc, dans les autres armateurs, descendants d'esclavagistes nantais, et il y en a, je sais qu'il y en a, mais je ne peux pas faire du porte-à-porte pour les recruter. Je cherche à les recruter simplement parce que le problème va envahir l'espace public. C'est le but de notre action avec Dieudonné. Et donc, j'espère bien susciter quelques réveils de conscience pour nous rejoindre. Et plus tôt ils le feront, mieux ça vaudra. Parce que quand ça va devenir trop violent, ce sera d'autant plus difficile de l'avouer.
Thank you. Thank you, Pierre. I just want to put Pierre into some kind of context. He is the only descendant of the enslaver that I have met or heard of in France who's been willing to put himself forward for apology and to get involved in reparatory justice. So I would really like us to acknowledge Pierre's bravery. Thank you, Pierre. Finally, Dennis O'Brien. It would be great to hear a couple of comments from your perspective. So first question would be, why are you personally committed to reparatory justice? And what significant achievements has the repair campaign made since its inception?
Well, first of all, we're all here at 7 o'clock at night on a wet night in Barcelona, and that's because of UNESCO. And I think UNESCO has a really important role here, because it can be the roof that we can all get under. And what we really need is a campaign in every country, both the colonial countries that perpetrated slavery, but all the CARICOM countries, the African countries, and any other country that suffered, the ills of genocide, of slavery. So that's the first thing. The second thing is we need to get our governments activated. And, Fernando and the government of Catalonia and Spain have spoken out against the genocide in Gaza that has happened there. My own government has done the same. And I think it's not that far-fetched, given that Holland and the President of Portugal have said, look, we need to have a conversation about slavery and reparatory justice. So what we really need is more activism, more people in this room going back to their countries and joining up with other forces to try and get this moving, because we've come from a situation where there was very little discussion about reparatory justice to now we're really there is momentum. And we have the heirs of slavery, we have all kinds of discussions. You've got the repair campaign, you have the CARICOM 10-point plan, you've got each in every country in the Caribbean a reparations committee. So we just need to get galvanized and get organized. And unfortunately, my friend from The Guardian is not here, but The Guardian have set aside through the Scott Trust £50 million. They should use the £50 million not in the Caribbean, but in Great Britain, trying to educate people in Great Britain that reparatory justice has to happen. We, in the repair campaign, wasted 60,000 sterling on doing research as to what people's views were in the UK. And the views were, it's ancient history, it's nothing to do with us, and the more telling one was, if we give them money, they'll squander it through corruption. Now, that in its own right is absolute racism. So we need to educate people in Great Britain, we need to educate people in Portugal, in France, which is probably going to be the most difficult place with the greatest of respect, and also in Spain, and in Holland, that this has to happen. That if you want to cure the root cause of racism, you have to cure and go back to the ills of slavery and create proper reparatory justice. So it's a campaign that we need, John. We need to be all part of a broad movement, and we need the help of UNESCO and the clout of UNESCO. And probably this is going to be the most, in my mind, the most important initiative that UNESCO has done since its foundation in 1945. And it's all about organization, because politicians will not listen to anybody unless they have groundswell of people saying, hey, we want something to happen here. In the Caribbean, we're trying to do that through a media campaign explaining what happened. But think of this. This was the trickery of this. The school curriculum never dealt with slavery in Great Britain. The school curriculum in all the Caribbean countries, because it was inherited when they all got their independence, also never dealt properly with what happened. with slavery. So that's another facet, another stream of work that has to be done. So if you really want to define this, you need more people, you need more campaigner, more activism, probably more investment, more sessions like this, more UNESCO, and we need to stop talking and bullshitting and talking to each other and widen our conversation into the decision makers in the countries that are really going to influence this debate.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dennis. I'm afraid I was really hoping that we'd hear more from the panel. I was really hoping we'd hear more from you, but I've been told we need to finish. I'm going to end on one thought. And this is something really echoing the education cry from Ali, Dennis's call for more education. And I'm going to speak now a little bit about Dieudonné, just for a second. Dieudonné told me when he came to France, aged 18, from Martinique, he had never been told who he was. He believed he was an indigenous person from Martinique. Now, I was really shocked when I heard this, because it means he was not told where his people came from, where he came from. And that is an absolute, the reason for that is because of a lack of education, a lack of a state being honest with its people about where people came from. And this is in a colony of France, one of the biggest nations in the world. I think that's absolutely an indication of why this reparatory justice movement is so important. And I really hope that this has proved, this panel, that there is so much more to talk about. There is so much more input from other people, and there will be so much more input from the panelists. And I'm hoping that as we go forward, maybe UNESCO will allow us to do something bigger next time so that we can start moving this forward, this conversation forward.
A plenary session, maybe 3 or 4? Okay, or half the agenda for the next racism conference.
Thank you very much to our panelists. And thank you to you too. Thank you, Linda.